All right. Let's hope the camera doesn't fall today. I'm gonna link the user that I'm listening to today. I'm gonna try to pronounce their name. Let's see. It's V. I don't know if it's VE Beats or VA Beats, but I linked it, so you can go and check them out. Subscribe. It's that old school boom bap. I also gotta check that it's not that loud. Hold up. To where it's like, you know what I mean? Louder than me. But who wants to listen to me anyway? Let's go and do some drifting. I did right now, leveled up to level 55. And I got myself 110k with let me move this camera a little bit. It's gonna move anyway because while I'm drifting. Hopefully it just doesn't fall. We'll see. Let me put this in a second. Hopefully you guys can see me because I am kind of away from the mic and I don't want to put the mic gain up because then it sounds airy. Like, okay, look, you'll hear it right now. You'll hear that. I can hear myself, which is great. I don't know, maybe I have sensitive hearing, but I'll hear air like a constant hissing. And I've already put down a noise suppression, all this other stuff, and I don't like to hear it. So what I do is I turn down the gain of the mic. So I don't hear the hissing in my ear, and I'm guessing you guys don't hear the hissing. I don't know. I try to set it up the best way that I can. It just started. What are you talking about? It's literally not 2 minutes in. Hey, yo. Tell me you're a robot without being a robot. And yes, no surprise, I took the traffic off so I could just, freak it. Just go crazy. This is what I like. And this is the car that I'll be using today. I just French, did I just say French? Fresh coat of paint on it. And I hooked up the rims. I did everything, bro. You know what's crazy, right? I sent my nephew a picture of this, and he's like, it's okay. It needs more. And I got offended. Because I'm like, yo, I can't do more. The game, they don't got the stickers. They ain't got the stickers in here. So, I'm waiting like everybody else. I'm hyped that Logitech released their whole thing. So like, okay, they released the whole hub. So now you can buy a hub, which then you can buy your own wheel, which then you can have the hub with the wheel. I didn't order the hub, I ordered the adapter because I'm gonna have this set up like a real wheel, with no buttons, no nothing. Because I find myself using mouse and keyboard way more since I'm on PC than using all this buttons. And sometimes, when you're drifting and the controller's spinning around and then you have all these things in the back, that's the only thing that's gonna be weird. The fact that because I'm gonna get like the thing that I'm getting is a sequential and a brake, so I got the choice of picking what I want it to use for, whether I want to use a handbrake and a sequential. That's really gonna matter in the point of setting everything up. But like I said, I've been using mouse and keyboard for so long. Not me personally, I don't like it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like it. Everybody tells me, oh, you don't play with mouse and keyboard. I'm like, hell no. I'm a console person. Like, I came from console, and I find controller way easier than mouse and keyboard. That's just me. You know, if you grew up with mouse and keyboard, then you're gonna find. I don't even think people that have grown up with mouse and keyboard will find controller hard. Like, it's just. Logically, it's easier. You got your two fingers, you're wrapped around the whole controller, and that's it. With mouse and keyboard, you have a whole different device that you're using and a whole different separate device that you're using. So it's kind of weird where you have to have like a whole bunch of buttons. I tried to play Squad with my friend, and I did have it on the controller, but it's a mouse and keyboard game. So what ended up happening was I could only do so many commands on the controller, and it wasn't built for controllers. It just wasn't. Even though you could set it up like that, it just wasn't set up like that. So I ended up not buying the game. I tried. I'm so glad they had a free trial. Yeah, Twin, I didn't buy the game. I'm sorry. That's why I bought you CarX. I'd rather just buy you a game that we could play. I didn't buy the squad game. I'm gonna break it to him now. Like, why not? I didn't like the fact that I couldn't use my controller, bro. So eventually I'm gonna have to get I'm gonna get everything eventually. I'm gonna get the hub. I want the original drifter wheel they have. And I'm definitely gonna get the adapter. My nephew started laughing at me because he was like, yo, by the time I get over there to go visit, you're gonna have so many wheels on your wall. And I was like, nah. But then I started looking at the steering wheels, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm such a little kid. I'm like a grown ass kid. They have a glowing in the dark wheel. And I wanted it. I was like, yeah, that'd be cool. Logically, I'm in the dark. Who the hell's gonna see my face? Nobody, but they'll see the steering wheel. They'll see the glowing steering wheel, which, like, but in my head, I'm like, yo, that's so cool. Like, there's the inner kid in me, man. Then they had cheap Vertex knockoffs, which Vertex is a small company I believe is based in Japan. And they make real, actually authentic wheels. And I visited the website today, and the wheels cost like $600, $700 a piece. Like, I was like, yo. All right, I would buy not to not support them, but like realistically, like if you're not made of money, you're gonna buy the knockoffs just for the aesthetic alone and the look. It's not being put in a real car. It's being put on a fake thing instrument anyway. And not to say that I wouldn't want to support them. I would love to support them, but bro, $500-$600 for one rim. With $500-$600, like, you get their whole collection, a whole knockoff collection. Like, I was watching a video about that, a discussion about that, where like real drifters talking about that and how they dislike, I get it. Like, if you could afford the real thing, you could afford the real thing. But then that goes back to like how life is, your status, everything, all that stuff matters. Is your Gucci real? You know what I'm saying? Is your body kit real? Like, in reality, in real world, where nobody's rich, only the top percentage are, they're gonna be the only ones to worry about status and whether they're rocking real crap, you know what I'm saying? Real people, we rather fake it till we make it. That's how it is. You ain't rocking nothing that's crazy expensive unless you got it like that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like I hear these ridiculous things of like rich people to the point where they buy clothes and they just use the clothes once and then they throw it away. Like, you're talking to somebody that probably owned the same pair of socks for like 3 years. Not saying like I'm cheap, I'm just saying like reality. Like, you buy clothes and then you hope it lasts forever. I'm not a consumer of a bunch of crap. Like, you know, like I could picture like, okay, when kids go to school, right? What do kids do? Because they want to keep the trend. Like, they want to be cool. They want to seem like they got money. So they go out and they buy brand new book bags. They go and buy, like, you know, brand new clothes, everything. That's what keeps people poor, by the way. Doing crap like that. A smart person will buy really high quality stuff that will last, and they will just rock that. They don't care. It's real. It costs money. I don't care to impress nobody by buying. But when you're a kid, and that's like the only topic you got to talk about, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I got the new Jordans or the new kicks, you know, then everybody's got a whole little hobby, you know, like either you are a sneakerhead, a bellhead, a cap guy, you know, whatever it is. But in all reality, if you think about it, all that stuff is made to keep you poor. Like, you're gonna want to continue buy. I don't understand the people that buy TVs every year unless your TV breaks. Or like even computer parts. Like, you want to future-proof your stuff like at least 5-10 years if you can. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff is ridiculously priced. Buying things, like when I think about buying things like that, like just, dude, I'm sitting in front of a computer and just buying like little accessories. It's a big waste. It's a luxury. It's a luxury to have. And I just put thought into that. I'm like, damn, I can't believe I'm wasting all this money on this crap. But I guess it'll bring me happiness. I don't think it will. Like, just making, okay, this thing is black and it has a red power button and I want to get a red steering wheel, just to match the red and black aesthetic that I like. Right now, in game, I'm rocking a white and red car. Usually it would be black and red. And I got into the whole thing of looking at real rims, like real steering rims, and the Momos, oh my God, the Momos are like $200-300 and up. And yeah, it'll be cool. This would be a cool thing if I had a real car that I can just take a real steering wheel that costs $300-600, take it out my rig, put it onto my real car, then it'd be no problem. But this is for just gaming, so I'm just like, why would I want to pump all this money into it? Just to say, oh, this is authentic, man. This is like the real thing. Like, I just want to make it look cool, and at the end of the day, if it works, then it works. That's it. Because I play more games than just drifting. You know, like, I'll play games that don't have nothing to do with cars. How my channel turned into like a car channel was because if I love something and I like to do something, then I'm going to constantly do it. And when I was playing CarX, that's what it was. I constantly loved drifting. And then I played it for like 6-7 months straight. So then everybody got it in their head where, oh, this is a racing channel or a drifting channel. I never claimed it to be that. But, you know, you got to look at it however you're trying to grow something. I was trying to grow this organically to where the point where I'm just a dude just sitting down playing games. But if I look at it as a company aspect of it, like if I want to really get into, okay, let's say I'm doing drifting. People want to drift. People want to learn how to do drift. People want to learn what gear they should get, what wheel they should get. That's when you start thinking about sponsors. That's when you're like, okay, I could probably get free stuff I could probably get sponsored from Logitech if I just show all my Logitech stuff that I have. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the fact that I'm buying their stuff and then just showing off, then the company shows interest and it becomes a sponsored video. That's how things work, right? Then I wouldn't have to pay for it, but I would have to kind of pay for it with my soul. How about if I don't really like their stuff and I just got this stuff just because it's the first thing I found? I honestly don't know what the real best thing is. It's just what I use, you know? That's all I know. So, and I would have to keep everything to a drift trim, right? Everything would have to be 100% drift stuff. So my brakes, my handbrake, my sequentials, my pedals. Hell, why not? Why not go in and make socks, make t-shirts, make a drift team, name a drift team. I'm just talking business-wise. This is what somebody would do business-wise, which is the smartest thing you can do. And even if you don't have a whole bunch of ton of subscribers, you can get people to like support you like that, just straight up off the back. Like if a lot of people like my stuff and I don't want to charge, like let's say like right now I had people approach me on, oh, I'll pay you for drift classes. That's crazy to me because that just means I have to set a whole time frame for you. So when you can sit down, I might not be able to sit down and teach you whenever you can. You know what I'm saying? Like realistically. So you got to think about it in terms like that. I'm just a normal dude that likes to like play and drift and just chill. That's all I want to do. If it ever gets to a business thing like that, then what I basically said, it'll be that. You know what I'm saying? Realistically though, you can't do that right now. I would have to have that established or have that established at a certain point where I won't have to worry about actual work. You know what I'm saying? I could just sit down and do whatever I want and run things in the background and I'm good, you know? You have like a flow of income coming in. That is not the case, I wish. That'd be cool, but at the same time, I don't like making educational videos if I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Like I don't want to half-ass nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm talking about something, I want to know what I'm talking about. You know? Even though I'm learning stuff from like real professionals that do it, you know, that they actually go out there and do Formula Drift. And they're actually talking about how they set up their cars and car pieces. And sometimes I get lost because I'm just like, well, I'm just playing video games. Why am I even watching this content? But I watch it because of the techniques that I learned from watching it. And then that's how I learn. And that's what I like. So it's going to be interesting to see, right? Once I get an actual wheel, right? That don't have no button and it feels like 100% legit, like a real wheel. And I can't rely on little shortcuts. It's just straight up, okay, I got the handbrake here, but then now I got to think about how am I going to change my my gears. I'm gonna have to probably set it somewhere on the keyboard, honestly, because when you're drifting, you're not really shifting your gears unless you want to, you know? That's just another technique that people use. There's so many drift techniques that you can use. But the most important ones is, you know, the handbrake, clutch kick being like number one. This is why these things are taught to you in the beginning. Knowing about weight transfer, know what that is, like, you know, what that is to do that. See, like right there, I would have a problem. I just initiated the spin out and my car went from second gear to neutral. That's gonna be a problem once I get a real, you know, steering wheel. I'm not gonna have like the pedals in the back or nothing like that, so eventually I probably would get the hub, and I think that's why the hub doesn't come with the what do they call these, the clutch pedals on the back. They're just trying to minimize not only the price, they're trying to minimize, like, you know, let's say, okay, I want to go have my own steering wheel. I guess the weight and everything, you got to think about all that stuff that goes into it, because there's metal steering wheels, there's wooden steering wheels, there's acrylic steering wheels. Like, I've been looking at so many wheels right now that it's crazy. Like, I'm like, man, and I can't fall into the trap of because there's so many cool looking ones. And I know myself, I'm so addicted to like having a whole bunch of cool little accessories for things that I would literally spend hundreds of dollars on. Not only that, you got to think about it. If you're gonna disconnect your adapter every time to put on a wheel, I'm the type of person that I don't even want to do that. So I would buy extra adapters, which would cost like $70 each, just to have permanently on these sets, and then I can just quick release. You know what I'm saying? Like, that will get super expensive down the line. This is why I don't like using traffic. I like just drifting. It's like doing things like this. Hopefully my camera's staying on. I'm doing violent moves. It's not really moving that much. I didn't see these little rings around the columns. Wow. That's what an old driver is. How did I not see these little rings around the column, bro? I thought it was like this. I saw that. No, just the column. So I was like, alright. This is what I'm saying. I have a weird thing where I like shut everything off. And when you're drifting, that's a bad thing, because you're supposed to pay attention to every single thing you're doing. Especially in real life, you gotta think about it. You're driving a real car, you ain't trying to wreck it. You ain't trying to break nothing. And you're trying to have absolute control. This is a video game, and I know it's a video game, so I tend to be like, who cares? But in real life, you would probably approach this 100% different. Spin this thing around. I don't know what engine I got on this car. Let me check. I named the stream CarX and maybe other games because I might switch to BMG, I might switch to Saddle, I might switch to what's the other game I got? Whatever drifting other games I got. I got a few. So I named it CarX Street and maybe more. I don't know, something like that. What did I name it? CarX Street and other drift games, maybe. Just in case I want to change my mind. What was I gonna do? See, I forget. Oh, the engine. That's right. I want to check what engine I got. Oh wow, I'm still using the stock. I'm not, you know what's crazy? I'm not that far from this. I could actually get that, but the problem being that if I get this engine, damn, I should just show you guys that anyway, just so you guys can see. So what happens when you, like I said before, when you start buying these parts, it wipes everything out. Like, so yeah, your car gets strong and everything, like all these little things improve. The only reason these are red, you gotta remember that I have all the stuff on this car. If I was to take that out, so let's say, okay, I don't know if I gotta pay money for this. I don't think I do. So let's just install this so I can just show you guys what I'm talking about. So okay, so now that I put everything back, it's going to be improvement on these parts. The rev limiter, all that stuff goes down because of the all this other stuff that I got on it, right? So I would have to go through the whole car, because I think you got to do the whole car, I believe. I don't know if it's just the engine part. Maybe it's just the engine part for right now. I never added the body kit to this. Should I do that now? I don't got the money to fix everything, but let's try. I'm gonna try it right now. Why not? This means resetting everything. You gotta reset everything. I'm gonna get this one right now. So now if I also go back, see that I gotta buy all this stuff again. I don't know if I gotta redo every single thing, so let me check. Yeah, I think I'm good with everything else. It's just the engine parts, since that's what I just changed. I'm gonna go broke immediately. That's exactly what I got. That's it, I'm broke. I didn't even look at the turbo. So now we're gonna see the change of having everything else missing on this. I believe everything should be exactly the way it was, the way I set it up. But the fact that I changed the engines now matters, so, but we'll see. I could always go back to one of my other cars, grind one of those, and then just come back to this car. Whoa, 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 whoa. And it's already different because I already noticed that my second has a lot of kick to it. Way more power on it. I would even have to like retune this. Even third is like it feels really good on the wheel. Maybe my camera's gonna fly off now. Let's try, let me go to the docks. Let's see how much. Ooh, I just remembered I just leveled up. So let me see these events if I can do some of these with the current setup that I got now. I should be able to. Shouldn't be that bad till I start getting the other parts and then setting everything up little by little. It's obviously way more powerful than it was before. Like, it feels powerful right now. So even after I set this car up to the way it was currently set up, now I gotta like redo everything. Just so that whole one part in it. I didn't make enough points. Like third place. Yeah, third place. I could deliver a car. Right now, I just find myself, even though they fixed the economy and everything like that, a little bit, they did a little bit of fixing. I find myself doing the exact same thing. Like, I'm not doing nothing different that I didn't do from day one. I'm doing the exact same thing. So it's like everybody that complained about it, I'm still doing the exact same thing I was doing from day one. So it's like, what has really changed? I mean, I'm still glad they put the level up. Matter of fact, I did a survey from them. They wanted a survey to let people know like what people want in the game, and I was like, yo, I gotta participate in this because then how would I get my voice heard, right? And all I put in the survey is like, fix the lights, add cops. Fix lights, add cops. On every blank part that I can put, I put cops and fix the street lights. So hopefully we'll get that. Well, I know we're gonna get that eventually because this game is still in progress. It's still going. Who knows what they're gonna do? There's already pink slips, so imagine if there were events with NPCs where you have to risk your car for pink slips. That would make the most sense because then the money will actually matter. Right now everybody's like money hungry because of course the game is brand new. You don't have that much time into it. And there's not that many ways to make money, you know? But I already seen a couple of videos from a couple of YouTubers where you, depending on the settings and what you're doing, you can set the game up so where you can make a certain amount of money per hour, which is not bad either. I need the street lights to work. I know I talked about the leveling up thing. I'm happy it's in the game. I'm happy pink slips was in the game. Who thought pink slips were going to be in the game? I want to make this game the best it could ever be, even though I'm not even making it, but maybe they're listening to me. I don't know. So far, everything I've said, they put in the game. I'm just trying to make this game the best one you've ever played. You know what I'm saying? In terms of what can help them, they make a survey asking for people's input, I mean, right now you're talking to a person that probably got like 200-300 hours into this game right now. So obviously I love it to the point where I put that insane amount of time into it. And I just enjoy drifting. To me, it's about shutting my brain off and just enjoying what I can do with the car and just doing it and setting up the car and how I could mod my car, how I could personalize my car. You know, the wrap system right now where I can just design stuff on my car. I would love to have my team logo here on the door, in the back, on the bumper, you know, like, I know it's coming, you know, I just got to be patient and wait for it. But what would make this game more alive is if they had a system. I guess you could say, let's say a Grand Theft Auto system where you have a star system. Let's just break it down to the most basic element. And you're a wanted drifter because you just first entered into this world, and nobody knows who you are in the beginning. Obviously, you're broke. You don't have no money. They lend you a car. Good. But eventually, the people that you knock off, let's say the leaders of the clubs, they're gonna come after you. Why? Because you still got to do their little race events, but like the people that you previously raced against, they're gonna come after you. And maybe while you're trying to deliver the car, you're a wanted drifter. That means cops got an eye on you. You're delivering cars. That could be a thing where you're delivering cars with traffic and cops. And if they see you, then that's another element. If you're breaking the law, you know, if you're eating a red light, let's say, for example. There's so many elements that could go into it that it's crazy. That could make the game so much enjoyable. Competitions, you know, they can set events to where people can actually have drift competitions where, I know that's probably way more technical because then you're looking at not only drift scores, distance scores between cars. That's like a whole way more. That could be like later down the road, but you know, mechanical wise, like adding all those structures into the game is going to be tough. I don't know anything about the game development, so adding a proper working street lights, that could be probably the first step. Then you would put the cops in, because it would make no sense to put cops in with no street lights, because your traffic is already out of order. That's why I don't personally use the traffic, because it's not even working properly. It's just trying its best, you know, with the UI system that you guys got implemented. That, yeah, they try to dodge you, but then they'll pile up depending on how you have your traffic setting, because there's no rules to the game. Look, I go to the street light, it's not working. So why would AI follow a rule that's not there? They're just trying to not collide with each other. But if you had a system that held that together, that would just fall right into place. Which again, I'm not a developer. I don't know how hard that would be. That'd probably be hard to do. But those are systems in the game that are like really needed. Because this is what will happen, okay? You start giving the players, okay, I can understand people hack because they don't want to waste time playing the game. You're wasting time playing the game anyway when you're sitting down to play a game. What relevance is time if you're already wasting it? But that's beside the point. They're getting money because they want to unlock stuff, have stuff, but what happens when you unlock everything, you have everything in the game? A player like me that's doing it legit, I'll have fun for a long time because I'm playing legit. I'm not cheating, I'm not doing any of that. So I'll eventually work up to the prices of the cars, buying all the cars, unlocking everything, and it could take a year, it could take 2 years. People don't want that. Most people want everything in a week. I want to buy all the cars, I want to buy all the parts, I want to have fun playing the game. But then you see the people that are cheating, and then they come to me and they be like, oh, I'm bored, so I'm just drifting around. Oh, I own all these cars. Do you want this? Like, no. If you would have played the game legit, you would have been okay. Yeah, sure. You probably don't have the time to do it. Not everybody's gonna have the time to just sit there and play for a couple of while. And their logic is like, well, how do I compete with a a person that has the time to do it. Why are you putting yourself in a competition with those people? Especially now that we saw how drastically it changed, where people were okay with cheating because it was like, oh, I'll save time. But now people are complaining about leaderboard cheating. If they're cheating in a game, that you like logically, bro, you don't think they're gonna cheat in a leaderboard? Come on. That's just the way of humanity, bro. If I could get it easy, why not? Most people will go for the easy. They don't want the hard. They don't want the grind. They don't want to bother with the hardness of anything. That's why we sit down and play video games. You're trying to escape reality, not trying to make it like reality. You know what I'm saying? So, but I get it. I get both worlds of, okay, well, I don't have the time, so I'm gonna just cheat and get everything. But I promise you, if you do that, you're ruining the game for yourself, not for anybody else, for yourself, because you're gonna have everything. You won't strive for any goals in the game because obviously you got everything. You're gonna get bored of the map because there's only one map right now. There's no customization to where we can make our own drift maps. Hello? Anything will get boring as much as you repeat it. I got bored of this, and I've been doing the same thing over and over, and I feel like I'm doing all right. Like my progression is pretty good. I'll play the game. I'm leveling up now. I love the fact that they put the leveling system up, so I can literally grind for, I don't know, what is it now? They're giving me 40 coins, right? 40 coins, 100k every time I level up. That's a grind for me, right? Like I'm like, okay, if I level up, let me take the traction thing off. I'm gonna get 40 coins. I don't like doing the clubs. I find the clubs kind of boring, kind of lame, that I gotta change my car every time I want to do a club. I know that's the purpose of it, but if you look at it like that, you're gonna spend way more money because now you gotta buy a car for each club, and you have to have them kitted out for that club so that it doesn't overpower the club or anything just to stay in it, just to make a little money. When honestly, you could just enjoy the game and either race, drift, drag race, whatever you want with your friends, and still make a ton of money. So what they would need to do is improve the, what do they call that, free drive money, which is what you're seeing on the screen right now, the top money. They could probably put it up a little higher, but then it'll turn into the original CarX, where the money you're making will be visually represented on screen. So right now I just made $400, and let's say you drift and make a million points. Hello, you're gonna buy everything in the game too. So I think it was smart of them to put different currency in the game too. I see the direction they're going with, and I know this started off as a mobile. So, you know, of course there's gonna be little mobile gimmicks, and they're trying to work on an actual game, you know, where you can actually just play and enjoy it. And till we get that, I don't see this thing happening, I don't know, for maybe 2 years if they don't fix all that stuff. Because you got to think about it realistically, all these stuff's got to be ironed out before they could go and release it on console. It has to. They have to have all the licensing, all the stuff. Like, everything's got to be kind of ironed out before they release the stuff on different platforms. So over the course of this year, well, next year I see it, they're going to try to iron out as much as they can, so this can hit Xbox and PlayStation and all that stuff. And that's where they're really going to make their money, you know? Again, why the hell am I talking about business? I have no idea. I'm just talking about gaming in general and how it would benefit everybody, I guess, you know? You got to think about it. You got to settle course coming around the corner. I think, what is it, January? Which I thought they were going to go arcadey, but no, they're going full-on sim. I don't know where the rumors came from Settle 2.0 and them going arcadey. And I got into it. I thought it was real. I was like, oh, I was getting into it. I was like, I was expecting an arcadey game. But no, they're going real with it. 100% real. I was like, damn. Okay, I was kind of looking forward to like a simcade where it was easier for everybody, but they want that realism, so that's what they're going for. But definitely I can see this way improved to the point where, yeah, we do get cops, we do get, you know, rivals from the actual NPCs that you battle, and the game's just crazy. So I never done this parking lot before. Never drifting here, but it's pretty cool. It reminds me of the Need for Speed parking lot. I don't know where I'm going right now. This is cool if they do this in this game, where they're actually going to build a gas station here and they're just giving you little hints of how the world's working, because further down the mountains, once you go all the way in the mountains, I think that's a crazy concept to do, right? Like where you're literally constructing, but it's literally under construction in the game as they develop. That's cool if that's what that's for. I know this leads to a boss battle. Like if you go all the way up, because I remember doing that boss battle, which was not that bad on the wheel. The one that was hard for me was the one that was in the construction lot, because dealing with the dirt, you know. And then I haven't, like I said, the reason I love CarX so much over a bunch of different games is you can set every single parameter. You can set what does what. Like when you slam on the accelerator, I can control all that, you know. Versus, let's say a Settle, you could probably get the final drive up. You could set the slip on the wheels, the differential. Maybe there's mods that I don't use that people use all the time, and that's how they get their cars done. Or they use certain cars that make it easier to drift. But when I play those games, even BeamMG is really about throttle control. Like it's like a hairpin. Like you gotta really flutter it, and it's way more difficult. But once you master it, once you get used to it, you'll be able to drift. That's why I'm able to drift in a Settle. I'm able to drift in BeamMG. I'm able to drift in anything. It's just getting used to the mechanics. But the way that this game presents everything, and you can have all these settings, is amazing. Like right now, I had a problem with my slip, like my tires, right? Instead of making them super grippy, I made them super slippery, and now I made them balanced, or they're in the middle, so I'm still getting used to having them regular without having them 100% slip. Now I could try grip and see how that feels, but in my experience, the way that I drift, since I don't use that much of a handbrake or brake, and I use a lot of engine braking, which just simply means just let go of the accelerator and slide the car and use weight transition. I'm still experimenting with the tires. Now I don't even know if they did mention something about a tire system in here too. I don't know if that's live in the game, but from what I read from the notes, it was just a bunch of reworks on, I think, either body kits or something like that from all the different cars, and the physics, I think, from all the other cars or something like that. So usually the more grip you have, the more control you'll have, but the harder it is to like do these wicked, really slide, like your car almost feeling like it's on ice. I don't know why I set my car like that all the time. I just like the feeling of, I don't know, it gives it a more realistic feeling where if you're sliding the car and you're going so fast, the car's just gonna slide because the momentum, the weight takes the car. Because I remember having, when I first started, obviously it was easier on 120 adhesive on the cars, you know, like, the more grip you have, the harder it gets. That's why a lot of people don't really like all the grippiness. The grippiness, they see it is more for Formula Drift. And they'll use things like 90s and things like that. But just a cool slip, you know? This, I don't like how this feels right now. Like, yeah, it's good, it's grippy, but I don't like how it feels. It's too grippy for me. Like, I don't know, I just feel weird driving like this. I like the more of a, I'm gonna let the car, the weight of the car dictate how my driving is, because I feel like that's way more realistic than having, you know, your car just super grippy and it being that 100% responsive, especially if you're going at high speed and your car needs to slide. There has to be like real life physics to it, you know? So I tend to either over exaggerate the slips on the car than to have it super grippy and super responsive and then it just doesn't seem real. Like, see, like I can let go, look, and it's sliding. If I have so much grip on the car, it's just not gonna do that. The car's just gonna grip, it's just gonna stop immediately. So even in a saddle, I do that. In a saddle, I'll put the tire pressure up so that the cars will have even more slip than what they originally have. And then I can get these, look, I'm holding on to the handbrake. I can get these ridiculous long handbrake holds or whatever. You know, you can really stylize your drifting by doing things like that. And right now, because it's not that grippy, I find myself fluttering the throttle. So it all depends. All this stuff matters to taste. And matters how it feels. That's why people say how it feels. Instead of talking about technique and things like that. It's more a feeling base than technique base. Honestly, I think the hardest thing about drifting like this without using your brake and your handbrake is you have to know about weight transition, and then you have to understand the physics of the game that you're playing. I can't wait to get the adapter and the handbrake. I know I'm not gonna use it technically. I might use it because I have it, and then you'll truly see what I'm talking about when I say I'm not a fan of using the handbrake, and then you'll understand my style of drifting, which is it's just basic weight transition. and getting to know the knowledge of your car once you use a car over and over. Like, I can't do what controller players do, which is to just grab any car and just go crazy with it. No, like, I like setting all my cars a different way, and they all feel different when I'm drifting. You know, of course even in real life, they're gonna feel different because they have different horsepowers, you know, like from the cars that they are and the different price ranges and everything like that. It's way more logical, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just makes way more sense, you know? Like, if I'm gonna buy a Corvette and put it against a regular Toyota, they should not feel the same. If one's already straight up sport and you can take up these high speeds and do everything with it, it could have been any other brand of car. I'm just saying, like, from sport car to regular domestic car, that's what I'm trying to say. They shouldn't feel the same. And I honestly think that every car should feel different to the point where you have to spend time drifting on it, because it's not going to feel like another car. It should feel different. You should feel the difference on the wheel itself, like the way it behaves, how loose, how tight it is, like everything should just feel different. It shouldn't feel exactly the same. And I think if it does do that for you, then that means you're just setting up the cars like fake, and that's why all the cars feel the same to you. It's just 'cause you're basically doing the same setting over and over. And that just, I don't know. I mean, anybody can do whatever they want, right? Everybody can pay for their copy of the game. I'm just saying logically, like, what makes more sense? For every car to feel different or every car to feel the same? Ooh. I jumped the wrong way. This is why this is my favorite area no matter what. I've been on here since I started the game, and I love coming over here. I don't know why I like this spot so much. It's probably because it reminds me of the Tokyo Drift movie, where the guy's like sitting there and he's like, you call that drifting? And it's just the docks, and you just have all the space and the vibe of the water splashing. Like, it just feels like early morning. Nobody's working, and you're just trying to learn how to drift, and you just like drove in here, and you know, I don't know. All right, let me try what I struggle with, which is inside the car. I know this would feel so much incredible on VR. God. Yo, for some reason in my mind, I thought it just kept going straight. That's it. That would have been a real wreck right there. And this is what I'm saying. I don't pay attention to. There's people that when they use a car, like realistically, when you're driving, you're not paying attention. You're paying attention to everything else, right? Even the horizon, instead of what you're immediately seeing. And me, I'm like backwards. I'm paying attention to what I am immediately seeing instead of paying attention to the horizon and looking ahead and ignoring the car, because you know, in third person you kind of look at it because it looks cool. And at least when I drift like this, I want to make sure my car is looking pretty crazy. But I'm ignoring the horizon, which you should never do, because then that'll cause you to crash a lot. Basically, looking forward in your horizon, that means you're planning out how you're going to attack the actual drift and what you're actually going to do before you even get there. That's why that's important to always have. And not just drift the way I'm drifting, where I'm just like literally paying attention to the first thing I'm paying attention, which is the car. I think a lot of people probably struggle with that too when they start drifting, but it's just something that happens. You'll just get used to it with time. In the beginning, you're gonna do what I'm doing, which is just paying attention to the car itself, and you're not paying attention to where you're drifting. And I think that's one of the most important things. I usually do it, but when I do it, I don't notice that I'm doing it. So you have to be aware of when you're doing it, when you're not doing it. If you find yourself crashing too much, then you're not doing it. But as I notice now because I'm explaining it, and I'm stupidly crashing. Like, why are you crashing things that you have right in front of you? It's because I'm not paying attention to what's in front of me. I'm more worried about how cool the car looks, which is why I love this camera angle here. Oh, my monitor's moving and I don't notice. I mean, this thing is really kicking you. I'm pretty sure you can hear it when it like kicks. Right now I can hear the revving, so I already know I added a whole bunch of power to this car. And normally how I like to tune my cars, I'll tune them to the point where they reach the revving point, but they won't rev. That's good and bad, because that means you can't push the car to an actual over limit. But once you know what you're doing, you're going to be able to, you know, correct everything that you're doing, and it's going to be even easier. But you're gonna have a big problem once you play a game that requires throttle control. You're gonna have a big problem because then you're gonna get used to heavy footing the accelerator, and then you're not gonna get used to throttle control. So when you go to play another game, you're gonna spin out easily because that game might not have the customization of being able to set everything the way you want. Exactly. That's the whole thing that I'm saying that I like CarX for compared to a bunch of other games. That some games you just got to deal with the car the way they give it to you. Unless you mod it, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not that big in Assetto modding. The most I do is get maps, and I don't know if they got, I mean, they probably do, like car parts that you could put. Like you could probably set up the steering wheel, like if you're inside the car, you could probably set visually what you want the car to look like inside. Those would be mods, maybe raining, where you can see actual rain in the game. And the reason I don't get too heavy into that is because I'm not only playing that game, I got other games and I play a whole bunch of different type of games. And I don't want to just dedicate all my computer space to one game because I only have like 1 terabyte right now. Which I should have been hooked like a 4 terabyte, 2 at least, to it, so I don't have to worry about deleting games constantly. But as long as I got one good drift game that I can come back to whenever I want, and it feels good and I enjoy it, and it feels, that's my thing. If it feels really good to drift on, then that's the game that I'm gonna play. This sounds like one of my beats that I would make. Old school. I think that's the car that I got. Oh, somebody answered him. Yeah, you just drift a lot. Yeah, that's the. I don't know. For me, it was one of the best feeling drift cars right off the gate. And it helps it that it comes with the drift parts already on it. Spin this thing around. I have like no plans of where I'm drifting. I'm just aimlessly drifting till I get a bunch of points. The way I get way more points though, if I drift a big round circle and it's just continuously getting, you know, points to the point where I can keep my multiplier up. So I would do things like this and then just get my multiplier up, and you can see the multiplier going crazy. And then get it doing things like that till I build it up to like 3 or 4, and then try to hold you know, the 3 and 4 and have it going up. But right now I'm having fun with this car so far. Yeah, I should just go drifting around. I just turned the traffic off because even if I have it low, the traffic piles up and it irritates me. Look at the street lights. They're just flashing yellow. Drive with caution, please. I love the fact that you can just do this stuff. This is why clutch kicking is so important. This is why learning clutch kick is so important. If you want more control over your drifting, you gotta learn how to clutch kick. It looks fluid, like I'm using my handbrake, right? In that situation, because you have to like handbrake. I probably that would take so hard position to do with counterweight, where you literally could swing the car back and forth like this to swing all the way back with that limited space. I mean, even I would struggle with doing that. That's pretty hard to flick the car like that in such a little space. those instances right there, that's when I use my handbrake. Like, realistically, you have to. There's no way you're gonna sharp turn here, hold, release, clutch kick to continue the drift, you know? I'm trying to make it as smooth as possible. And again, my tires are mid right now, like mid by, what I mean by that's like middle set, right? So I'm not getting the slide, all the slide I want. Because obviously if I can get the slide I want with the weight of the cars just going down the hill and then use the clutch kick again, it'll look so much more natural because you're going down and the downforce with the weight of the car, it'll just make it look natural. And that's the only reason I would make it more slippery. So it could look, to me it's all about visually how it looks. Does it look real while you're doing it, you know? Tend to use more of my, like I said, weight transition. I love it. It makes the drifting look way more real. I will say the sidewalks, getting these little bumps and trying to keep control is pretty rough. Especially on the wheel, like any of these little bumps. And this has to do with the way you set your suspension up. I don't know how I set the suspension on this car, but I could see it doesn't really move. Like it's like a brick. It's like a, look at this. I'm going over something and the car's like a brick. It's not reacting how it would in real life. You would see the, you know. So I tend to make my cars way more bouncy so I can have a way more realistic look than to just drift with a brick, you know. I try to do it, you get out of control when you do that. But this is why I like the streets empty. I just love the fact that I can go anywhere, drift anywhere, go around, spin around a random car that I see. If I see a random person, I see them drifting, I could try to like follow them too. And I don't have to worry about traffic, you know, in my way. At least until they fix the traffic, like in a railway, then I'll think about putting the traffic on all the time. But that would mean they would have to put a lot of work into the game, fixing the street lights and everything, so we don't get random pileup. Not only that, like I said, real players will cause the pileup because they'll hit cars. It's happened to me while I'm delivering cars. You know, when you deliver cars, they introduce the traffic, and when that happens and another player comes and slaps a whole bunch of random cars, which gives it a bit of a good element, because then you're crashing into stuff. Let me see if I can drift in here. And it makes it more hectic. So imagine if like cops were after you, you know. that was gonna be a solid. I thought that was gonna be like a really solid thing that I was gonna hit. I don't even know how many points I need. I'm done. Oh, well then I got second. I wasn't paying attention to the points though. I don't know if it's just the red shirt that makes my face look red right now. $32. Maybe I should start doing these events. I'm at 55. That's all. When I play the game, I really just want to level up. Especially now that I get, like, you know, coins. But I can tell you right now, if I do get all the things that I'm getting and I'm going to set it up, it's going to be a struggle to mess with my gearing. Rather than to deal with, you know, the handbrake, like, you know, using the handbrake is very selective. Like, if you're already looking towards the horizon, you could kind of shift the way to the car, so where you're gonna, and then use your clutch kick to continue the momentum of the car. I rather see it easier like that than to use an actual handbrake every 2 seconds. I think handbraking is good when you're a beginner and you're a newbie and you're just getting started. But your goal as a drifter should be to, okay, I got more experience now. I know how to flick the car. I know about weight transition. I know about the track that I'm on. And you should just get better and better. That's the whole point about drifting. That's why I don't think I could find drifting boring, because that's what it is like for me. Like for me, it's just about, okay, I want to take away this. I don't want to use the handbrake all the time. I have that in my head that I don't want to do that. So just taking that element out of drifting is so hard, because so many people rely on that. So I tend to take things away from myself so I can, like, you know, actually get better. At least that's how it works in my head. See, I'm using a handbrake right now. I could just slide, clutch kick it, switch sides. But I could have just kept going, flick my car to one side, use the weight transition, let my car slide like crazy, then clutch kick it, you know? Like, it'll just look cooler too. Like, once you start getting used to doing things like that, you'll be able to do things that normal people won't do, because they're attacking the corner in the basic form that everybody attacks it. Okay, I gotta go here and then I'll hit the handbrake just so I can, like, you know, be able to angle the car. When I attack a corner, there's so many ways you can do it. I can flick the car, let the car slide, clutch kick into it, let the car just completely go. There's so many ways to do it. Once you know the track and where you're drifting, there's so many ways to attack a corner than just one, you know? And just relying on the handbrake. And I usually do keep this thing strong, so if you notice my body shifting and it going off my hand, right now I have 8 Newton meters, which is pretty strong for, like, just drifting in general. And the force feedback, I think, is laughable on the game, because this is the setting on the wheel itself. On the game is like low. Let me see, where's it at? I think it's controls. 50% basically. So on the game itself, I can't even set this up all the way, or it'll literally things will start falling down the table, and the only way I could make things easier on myself would be to lower the actual newton meters, which to me is like, why would you do that? The only reason I haven't drifted on 11 is because 1 is not realistic, 2 is way too much, and 3, I don't have a rig. I got a table, so it's gonna just move everything constantly, you know? I don't have the room for it. Like, I would love to have the room to where I could get a crazy rig. I would, like, if I had the room for it, I would probably try to build a rig that resembles a car, and then the monitors would be like what the windshields would be to the car, and then I would be like fully immersed, you know? Like, I'll even have the little that's like too excessive, but like having a little mirror, you know, the rear view mirror with the little scented thing, you know, like the spring, what is that thing called, the fresh spring smell and all that stuff. Oh, that'd be funny. That'd take it to like a whole new level. Driving on things like this is hard. Like going to the construction sites and finding a place like this, it's really good practice for throttle control. I just like drifting around, just aimlessly. Normally I look for other players and I'll see what they're doing, but I've found a lot of players right now. I don't know if this is just a thing that they don't want to cheat, but look, you see this guy? He could just leave his car in AFK mode and he's just spinning around, and this is why it looks like this. He's just been doing it for hours. I've encountered people down here where they're just going in perfect circles, and I have players that told me live on the stream that they do that. They'll attach a rubber band and they'll just come back in an hour or two while they just watch TV and stuff like that. I don't know, I should just start buying houses. I just want to buy a bunch of houses, that way I don't have to worry about the whole you have too many cars. Let's go to where the toll gates are. I normally don't even go up there that much. Like these places. I feel like I should be practicing these little toll gates here. Most of the time is the story. Most of the story was played here, so this is where you have to do most of the events with the cars. I don't know how many tires I got. Let me check. That's still a lot. Still got plenty. I hate you can go in and hold the handbrake, then clutch kick into it. Same thing here, you do the same thing. And clutch kick. Or whip it and then just let the weight of the car take it. And then slightly go in. But you have to already be whipping the car so you can let the momentum take you. So that would be the easiest way to do it. Going straight, then holding your handbrake and letting the car slide. If you get real creative, then you can just do 360s into it, going through, 360 entries and then come back out of them. Really nice. See, I'm trying to not to use the handbrake right now, and I'm trying to attack the corner just by weight transitioning. So I'm trying to whip the car into the point where I could just enter the turn a whole different way. So most newbies will do this. Handbrake, slide in, and then clutch kick. And, technically that's how you're supposed to do it. Since this is a video game and I can take all the risk I want, I'd rather just use weight transitioning, throw the cars heavy, as hard as I can, and just go into the turn. And then with practice, you would get that, you would start doing that. You would start whipping the car and just... you see things like that, and you got a clutch kick. I didn't clutch it, so it went to neutral right there. And this is what takes practice, rather than to just, use my handbrake, hold, clutch kick out. That gets boring. I'll get bored of that. To me, it's just attacking it in a whole different way. See right here, that would probably be necessary because that was an abrupt turn that I wasn't expecting, so I crashed. I needed the handbrake right there. But I in my head, I got it to the point where once I'm not gonna use my handbrake, and I'm telling you right now, you're gonna notice once I get the official handbrake, you're rarely gonna see me use it unless I want to use it because it's brand new and I want to use it. But you're rarely gonna see me use it. Right here, boom, handbrake, just to adjust. Normally what I would do with that, because you can use your clutch kick going in, out a corner to adjust yourself so you don't have to use the handbrake, so you can just use the clutch kick to give yourself more of a momentum if you feel like you're gonna crash, because the handbrake, you use the handbrake and it stops, but it makes you slide too. So sometimes what you gotta do instead of the handbrake is using a clutch kick to give you more forward momentum so you can have more of a curve. Handbrake right here. Well, you can see it. This is why I like leaving my HUD here, so you can see every time I hit the handbrake. Visually is good because then you'll know in what situations you can use it. And I think it's good if everybody drifts like that, because then you'll see what they're literally doing behind the controls, I wish this was also like a setup where they had the clutch. I don't see the clutch anywhere when I hit the clutch I don't see an indicator that tells you, because I know in the Seto they have the 3 lines. They have the clutch, brakes, and accelerator, so that you can actually tell. And I think if people had the HUD like that, they would actually learn quicker. Handbrake, you can see me use it. Nice handbrake right here too. Long handbrake into a clutch kick. Again, the same thing I could do. Handbrake, clutch kick. I'm trying to use no handbrake right now. I'm going real heavy on the pedal, so you'll hear me over rev. That was crazy. Oh God. So I'm constantly trying to whip the car into momentum. It would help if I knew what these, like the roads, like the back of my hand, but oh, I didn't hold the clutch kick right here. I could probably do 3rd here too. So this is how hard it is to do this with no braking, no left foot braking, no hand braking, just momentum. That's what this is. And mostly that's what my style of drifting consists of, just trying to master momentum. It's pretty damn hard. Especially when you factor in any other car you're going to use is going to give you different results. But once you start drifting like that, you'll get used to, you know, and then again, practicing. It's not gonna look mechanical, like, you know. It's not gonna look like your gears are set so high that you're only, you know, going a limited speed, and it just ends up looking fake. And even the way that the car doesn't transition right, it just looks real. I don't know. That's what I just call it, just mechanical looking, real fake, you know. Because everything is precisely controlled to where your gears, you want your gears to end up being, and then you don't get that kind of, you know, if you make mistakes, you will see the mistakes. Right here, you constantly see me clutch kicking, I wish there was, like I said, like a indicator that shows you that I'm actually using my clutch every time to continue the traction of drifting. But like I said, everybody sets their cars up different, right? Like, it makes the game incredibly easy once you start shortening your gears. But then you're not gonna do crazy stuff. Like, you're not gonna be going 100 miles an hour and then hit a crazy backy, because also you gotta remember my tires are slippery, so you can go 100, close to 200, stop, hold the handbrake, and your car just slide, and then you get these crazy backward entries that a lot of people spend a lot of time practicing. I was like hoping not to hit that. I wanted to get close, but I didn't want to hit it. Right now I gotta fix the car, because I can't really tell because of the music and everything. But when I'm playing this without music, I can really hear the max revving, you know, the car. So it bothers me. So I set it up a certain way. See if I can spin around this thing and then go back up. See, so right there, I use the clutch kick. I use the clutch kick there. And if I ever want to stop and just drive this car like a normal car, I can. And then into the handbrake. Clutch kick, back to drifting. Let's go. Let's see if I can do something crazy. I'm whipping it too hard. I'm gonna try to go in between these instead of going in like this. I'm gonna go in between these like this. And then come out and you could practice all this stuff. So you like, even here, to get really good, you could practice like a figure 8. Of course, mind your gears all the time. So I'm doing this at 3rd gear, which is gonna boggle a lot, but it can still be done. So basically, the higher the gear, the more clutch kick you'll have to use. And it really does help. So see, if I switch to 2nd gear, I'm still gonna need to use the clutch kick anyway, but it's not gonna be that rough on me. So I like to tune my cars to the point where if I have something that I'm trying to do, then I do it. I go with the intentions of trying to actually do it. So this is what I want to do. Go through these trucks, come through here, do a figure 8, maybe start the figure 8 like this. Or maybe I should start from this angle so when I come back around, I can go into the truck. So, okay, so, I don't know. Like, come out through here and then go in through here. I'll have to practice this. Yeah, going through here like this. Go in and then go into the trucks. That'd be good. So start from the trucks, I guess, so that you can you know, link it and then do it. So right here in the finish line. Then go through, no, I messed it up, I think. Yeah, I messed it up. Yeah, it had to be going through the first one, do the spin. Once I'm done with this spin right here, when I come around, then I can go back throughout here and then go in. You know, have like a nice little loop. So I'd go in here, boom, switch it up, and then just come out, and then go back again. Then you can use your handbrake if you want. I'm just so not used to using it. I try my best not to use handbrakes at all. I forgot who I saw. Like, I saw real drifters talking about that. Like, of course, in real life, you would use it. You would overly use it because, like I said, you're driving a real car. It costs a lot of money. You don't want to crash it. You're gonna be way more cautious. It's not a game where you could just respawn whenever, so you're gonna be way more cautious to throw on that thing. And this is why I would like to use more slide there. I want to be able to hit my handbrake and the car just continuously slides. That's why I use a lot more slide in my cars than grip. Oh, I messed it up. I was trying to go around this pillar, the in between. So going here, around, linking this up and go through here instead of going around the whole middle part. Do a figure eight here. I think this is pretty good to practice a figure eight. It's got a good enough spacing to practice here. And then you could get real crazy, so you could probably try to bust like a 360 into this turn. Like, you could just stay here all day practicing stuff like that. And it feels so good when you pull that stuff off and you can do it. I know on controller is easy. That's way more obvious than, but I'm talking about like wheel, doing it on wheel, no assist. It's 100% you doing it. And you have like an actual tune for like a real car. Like right now, this thing is going revving so hard right now that I don't like that. But I know it's because I put that engine, I swapped the engine, so I gotta like tune my car again. I like tuning my cars to the point where I'm comfortable saying, oh, I want to do this, and imagine a trick, right? And then I'll do the trick. And then, well, it's not even a trick, it's just whatever you intend to do, that you envision, you try to do it, and you could do it if you just try. You just gotta practice maybe 2 or 3 times, or depending how difficult, right, it is to do. But it just shows how much control you have over the car. Once you have a car like fully tuned to how you want it, and you get used to that car, see, I try to do a go around this to do a figure 8, which is going to be very tight to do in this situation, but I'm going to try it. It's going to be pretty tight to do. Again, I probably should be in first gear to do something crazy like this, but let's try it in first gear. It's just gonna be way easier. Well, it should be anyway. I'm just not applying any clutch, and I don't need to. Like, the car is just automatically gonna start drifting as soon as I put my acceleration down. So then you don't really have to think about the clutch at all. You just got to think about your throttle control. It's horrible. My throttle control is horrible right now. And it's not looking fluid. It's looking. It is looking like I'm struggling, because I am. And that's what I'm talking about, like having a more realistic tune, that you're gonna see all the mistakes and you're gonna feel it, and it takes practice to actually do them. But I gotta fix the car. I don't like how it's like max revving like this. But I know that has to do with me and the pressure that I'm putting on the actual accelerator. Because like I said, in BeamNG, I don't know if you could do something about it on BeamNG. I never really tuned cars on that game that much. I probably just do the same thing that I do on Assetto, which is to put the tires to slip more, put the final drive up. What else? Lock the differential, and that's about it. That's all the settings I do on Assetto. And then it's just getting used to the weight of the car, using your handbrake, stuff like that. But Yeah, I just don't. I really dislike that my car sounds like that. So I gotta knock the. This is what I love about CarX though. That I have the options to do this. So I can set the second gear even lower. Like let's set it this low. Third gear, I'll knock it down here, and this I'll leave it like that and see how that feels. And then now I should get a second gear that won't over rev. And this is what I like about this game. It's totally fake, you know. It's not based on like realism. I don't know how much tweak you can perform on the gears of a real car to the point where you can get it like this. I don't know if that's actually real, but I know in the game you could do it, so I go by what I can do in the game. And I'm fully holding the second gear, and it's getting to the rev limit, but it's not giving me that annoying sound. And so I tend to cut, instead of like how everybody cuts their gears up and you hear it all the time, I cut them down. I do the complete opposite than what people do. But then it also determines your speed too. Your speed determines it too. And that's what gives me max speed, like being able to have the everything down. I can just throw the car around. Like even the third gear is like too high for me right now. In the sense that if I want to get faster, you know. Let's see the limit, 140. So if I knock it down, obviously I'm gonna be able to hit maybe 150, 160. And then I'll be able to hit the handbrake, get a long slide. And then add it the part if I make the tires even slip, like, you know, way more slippery than what they are right now. All that stuff matters, you know. But at least when I start, you know, like I want to get a nice little group of people that I could get into the rooms. It's going to be tough because I know everybody's going to have a different setup. That's why I want to more concentrate on technique rather than what you have and all that stuff. Because this doesn't really translate that well on control. I would have tried, but it's just two different mechanics. You know, control the wheels is night and day. It's not the same. I've tried it to apply the techniques. You get to a certain point, but then it's just, there's so much assist on control of that. You know, no matter how I set these cars, I could never fling them around like how I do on the wheel. This is gonna be a problem. I already see that to be a problem once I actually get my tire. I cut off the top of my. I'm gonna just leave it like that. It's been like that for almost 2 hours. let's go back up to the little like toll gate thing. I don't know what this car is. It's been like that since I've been on. Oh, even this looks interesting over here. I would have to go to one of these houses. How much do I have? I should just buy this house. I have to start doing that. I have to start stacking up to the point where I could just buy all the houses. And then I don't have to worry about how many cars I got. I think the most expensive houses are like 80,000, I think. I don't know if they go any higher than that. Where's the entrance? I know somewhere here. Oh, it's all the way over there. See how this handles this little spot right here. Flicked it too much. I was hoping with the weight of the car that it would just kind of send me out there, kind of like this, like being smooth. But I just let it go and I clutch kicked it, and it just. That's why they say coasting is very dangerous, because it's unpredictable. Like your car could just literally fling somewhere else. When you change and you just have your foot on the clutch. Like they say, you don't have time to react, which makes sense. I think I reached the end. Yeah, I did. I like the way it feels, that it's so different going up and down, like because of the weight of the car. Like there's more of that gravity effect to it, like you can actually feel the weight of it. I always try to do this without my handbrake. So I try to whip the car one side to slide to the other, and then use momentum instead of just, like going, using my handbrake, then clutch kicking. I find that so boring now. Like just drifting like that, I just find it boring. So like when a lot of people would come in and they would see me drifting and they would see me crashing and messing up, they'd be like, oh, you don't know how to drift? But I'm taking a whole bunch of what drifting is, which is just using a handbrake, boom, have everything controlled, using the handbrake again, clutch kicking, to then whipping it, like, using a Scandinavian flick to like go and flick no brakes and going in and clutch kick and correct myself. This is what I'm saying, like you can use the clutch and the way you attack a corner, like so many different ways, instead of just doing it the normal way. Going up is so much easier. It's like you got extra time to think, you know? And again, I'm just using clutch kick and weight transitioning. I'm not using my handbrake. I think when you're starting off, that's a good thing to do when you're starting off, so you don't mess up and rely on the handbrake a lot. You rely more on transitioning and get to know your car and how much you could push the car, or the distance it's gonna slide, all that stuff. Look at this. This is crazy. When you actually have, like, when you can do this and it works, it looks so much cooler. Instead of just, like I said, just going hand braking, making it look, you know, because there's no real, how can I say this? You can't really 100% predict what's gonna happen unless you practice the road over and over and you flung the car over and over on the same road and you've gotten used to your car, you know. But for the most part, when you're driving like this, you can't really predict what's gonna happen. You kind of have to control the uncontrollable. Like, you know, like you're just going and going crazy with it. Go around this dude. But I can see myself using the hand, like once I get it, I can see myself using the handbrake a lot, just because I actually have one. But it'll get to the point where I just spend my money on something that, oh, you know what? No, because it's sequential. I could always use it as like an actual switching my gears, because if I don't have the gear change on my wheel, that'll make way more sense to use it like that. And then I can just use any wheel I want without having to worry about what it is on the keyboard to change it. I could also use it like that. So that's cool that I got the option to do that. But I'm eventually gonna get the hub, what's that thing that they're selling? The hub, which is the middle piece right here with all the buttons, and then they're selling their own drift wheel, which I'll probably get that too, just to add to the collection of just having it. But I would really like to get like a whole bunch of different type of steering wheels though. Like I would put like a laser show, have like a theme of like a galaxy type, right? So I'll be in the dark and it'll like be a galaxy. I already got the things for like the galaxy thing, and then you'll see the fluorescent glow in the dark, and then of course you'll only see the brightness of, like you'll see my face whenever the screen gets bright or whatever. But that'd be cool to have. I don't know if it'll work out in practice, but I'm just imagining what I think it would look like. this is how I got used to clutch kicking. I would do things like this, and whenever I lost traction, I would know to apply the clutch till you get to the point where you're actually holding the actual traction, like you're continuously doing it, and then you'll just master how to use clutch. It takes a little while, but you'll start noticing how when your car starts boggling, when to, you know, hit the actual clutch, when to switch, so you can just switch sides. And that's how you get those quick transitions. So I just like playing around with the clutch, and that's why I tend to tune my cars like this. Because other video games, I can't wait for that other game to fully get released. That JDM, I think a lot of like people that don't do drifting a lot or don't know the actual techniques are gonna have a hard time playing that game. Because that game, you really need to know what you're doing. Because the cars are just so underpowered when you first get them. But once you start putting pieces and more pieces, it gets fun. Then it actually becomes like, your cars become so powerful you don't even need it. I'm trying to just go around there and do like a small figure 8 in there. Again, just clutch kick. I'm not using my handbrakes at all. I'm just, every time I reach a certain point, I'm gonna clutch kick the car. So every time I slow down and I need more momentum and I lose momentum because I'm doing engine braking, which is just to release the accelerator, of course it's going to stop you from your tires spinning and brake traction, and you know, you're just going to stop basically. But that level of control will let you do little tricks like that. Like you'll get good enough to where, like, okay, all right, let's say I want to go through one of these, come back around here, this is very tight to do, and then go back around one. I could probably do that. I'll probably be able to do it in first gear, honestly, but it'll be way easier. But then that won't require me using my clutch, so it's way harder to do it on a higher gear that I need to use my clutch. And then that's how you should be able to do it, where you're forced to use your clutch to do it. So you actually get the idea of when you need to apply clutch. You start getting familiar when your car's gonna boggle down depending on how you attack stuff, and then that'll lead to precision drifting where you'll be able to set the car exactly where you want to. So like, let's say I want to drift this line or whatever, like let's say if they have a line here and you want to keep the car exactly on that line, you know, that, which I think that's probably the hardest form of drifting ever, where you can pinpoint and you can say, oh, yo, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and then you do it and you stick to the lines, and you can just literally tell anybody, yo, I'm about to do this, I'm about to do that, and it doesn't come off as a trick, it just comes off as skills. You know, I did it because I can control my car 100%. So I didn't practice any of this. I'm literally doing it as I'm saying I'm gonna do it. If I did practice, I'd be a master at it already. But this is the point of having a somewhat control of your car and clutch kicking, where you can do things like this. instead of having your gears shorten. Like I would say, like in my first gear, I would consider this cut gears, where my car is max revving, and then my clutch, all that stuff goes out the window. I'm not even using it. I don't even have to at that point. And I think that drifting like that is a big mistake, because then it takes the whole technique out the window. You don't use those techniques, so then when you go to play in a different game that you need those techniques, you just don't know how to drift. And it's because you're not using technique, you're not using drift technique, rather than just, oh, my gears are short and I can drift now. Alright, you're not going to be able to drift in every game if you play like that. So I'd rather have like as much control as humanly possible for my car and be able to do that. That's why I think I find drifting so much fun, because it's way harder than, you know, shortening the gears and constantly stay on a kind of brake traction state. I think fifth gear boggle me down right here, so I could just drive around. Let's see the speed that this reaches here. Almost 236 till it just goes out. Oh god. So I think I could probably pull fourth. I'm not sure. Let's see. And then fifth gear would be my boggle gear, and then the way that I would have to fix that is pushing my final drive up. And then your first gear is gonna be like super shut down, where you're not gonna be able to use it that much. You'll be able to use it, but it'll have that max rev noise being super annoying. At least for me. Like, I like to drift for hours sometimes, and just having that, you know, it sounds like a trimmer kind of, like, I don't know. I just find it annoying. Some more like togeys that I normally just never. I drifted here once just to get to the map, like to get to the let's see, let's buy this house, why not? Wait, it said go fast travel and I didn't fast travel to it. This is pretty cool. This house looks cool. Oh, I can't go. Oh, I actually could go around here, but it's really tight to do this. This is nice if you're speeding along, then you handbrake, you go just hold, clutch kick. But my tires, I set them normal, I didn't set them to grip. So it all depends how much you do the actual, you know, you're driving this and you get familiar with this. I'm not familiar to these roads at all. But this is a place where you can do some really cool back entries if you think about it, like with the once you set your car up good for all these like tailgates, you could probably do some really crazy sick entries. Again, right now I'm trying to do it with no handbrake right now, so I'm attacking this totally different, where I will just shift the weight of the car back and forth so that I can come in and do these and clutch kick out of it. But that it's pretty hard to do like that. It's pretty hard to do that. See, I like the little construction they're doing over here. The little handbrake. Do another handbrake. I'm gonna enjoy it for a little while, but ultimately I'm probably gonna have the same setup and then use that as the gear change, just because I'll have the this won't be here. The buttons won't be here. It'll just be like a real wheel. Like a real steering wheel. Which I hit these buttons all the time. Not even gonna lie. Like my traction, my look backs here. Traction control, what else I got here? This, what is this? The map. And sometimes I end up hitting these things. I just got to start drifting these back roads here to get used to these. Oh, I gotta use the handbrake. That was way too much. I could probably get away with third gear too. It's so hard to do this. Judging how much the car's gonna slide, all that with no handbrake, no brakes is crazy. I know this, my whole camera's shaking like crazy. And this going back and forth and me like kind of tightly hold it, I could feel the heat from the leather back and forth. And that's how I develop calluses on my hand, just because I'm kind of gripping them and it's slipping through my fingers. But eventually the friction alone kind of, it actually burns. I don't know why this is giving me that horror game vibe. What was the name of that game? Cocoon or something like that? The trees, everything, the color, because it's like based in Japan, like the way this whole thing looks. It reminded me of the way that looked. I tried the demo, I didn't try the official game yet. Long handbrake. That's what I like about setting my cars like this, that I can do that. I can just go for long handbrakes and clutch kick. And I think if you I don't know if there's any way you can actually do this if you're always shortening your gears. I gotta check to see if I see that, but to me, realistically, there's no way you're gonna be hitting 200 miles an hour on 130 or something, and then maybe at the higher gears, like 5th gear, 4th gear, to where your car's gonna get the speed at once. But definitely not at the lower gears. I think I could, let me see how fast I could go 1st gear. Yeah, I could basically almost hit 100 in 1st gear. That's why I like setting my cars to high speeds. And then 3rd gear feels real comfortable because I could just leave, gain as much speed as I want. And this right here reminds me so much of Initial D, the way it's laid out. Oh, I'm gonna hit the wall. There's nothing I could, even if I held the handbrake, my car would have just slid into that. I could just hold this thing forever and then clutch kick. So I like that this sets you up for like some cool looking drifts. Once you get used to it, you'll be able to, go crazy on these roads. Maybe people are already going crazy on these roads. Tan to me, doing crazy backies and all that. Ugh, I came off the road. I'm trying to stay on the actual little coming off. See, it came off a little bit. Oh God. I already knew. I already know I was gonna have a problem with this. I love the fact that I have that amount of speed where I could just, and like I said, if I put more slip on my wheels, it's like an infinite handbrake hold, and it's just, you could just slide down this whole thing. Like you just hold it and set your angle up for the clutch kick. It feels pretty cool to be able to do that. Again, I have too much slide on this car. I should put a little bit more grip, but I think if I put more grip, I gotta adjust it. Like I said, you gotta adjust to whatever terrain you're normally. But that will look way cooler. Holding the handbrake and just, you know, keeping that angle the whole time, just chilling, and then clutch kicking out of it all the time. Oh, that's what I would love to do. Straight up backies the whole time, every single time. Like go right into it and then clutch kick out of it as you need to. That would look so clean as hell. I'm always moving my water, and it was crazy. It was worse than this on B1G. And depending on what car I use, right? What car was I using the other day? I forgot what car I was using the other day, and it was knocking the camera off. I just deleted this. I was like, It was probably funny, and I should have just kept it. Look, this is so cool. These little details here. I don't know if the leaves actually fly up, but this little detail here is so cool. Yeah, I don't think they move, but that would be cool if they were like to move. That's just graphical. It would take too much on your machines, you know. Dirt road. Is it a dirt road? It looks like a dirt road. Nah, I think it just looks like a dirt road. It still feels like asphalt. Oh, nah, I forgot. I just started buying a whole bunch of houses everywhere. So I thought this is where that whole I don't even know what to call that, but it was like a tollgate. This is like just a dirt road that I've never taken before. On this car, if the wheel feels really good, like even though it feels heavy, like it moves everything. I like the way it feels. Wasn't this where they had a jump somewhere? I can't remember. I know I went somewhere back here and they had like a crazy jump. I don't think it's back here. No. I think it's like way, let me see where I'm at on the map. No, I'm not even close. It's somewhere way back here. Around here somewhere they have like a crazy jump. It just starts looking all the same. The countryside, like once you're around the countryside area, everything starts looking kind of the same. Let me see where. I know I did it one time. I was up here and I was exploring the map and I actually saw it. I think it's this. I think it's this right here. Yeah, this is it. I don't know if there's another jump. This is the first time me making that jump. Who knows if that's a boss thing? This looks like a boss thing, but I haven't done the clubs. I've done like 1 or 2 clubs, so that looks like it could be a boss battle. I love that I can do that. Just floor it and then hit the handbrake and just keep a long brake like that. I know on controller the cars tend to be faster too, because I did some races on controller and that's what I noticed from, you know, wheel to controller, that the cars are just naturally fast, like the the acceleration controls are just. I could literally build a car like this, leave it like this, switch on controller, and it's just gonna be faster than what it feels on real. And I think that just has to do with the assist of how it just overall feels. I can't. No matter what I do, I can never replicate how it feels. As far as like how the inputs feel when you're doing it, but you know, it's two different worlds, controlling the wheel. But the way it feels on controller, the cars feel a little faster. I'm not looking at my speed, but I know I'm going at 100 and change. And then I don't trust the speedometer in this game too, because I was playing, when was it, yesterday or the day before, and I was going real slow, and it said I was going at 100, so I'm just like, it's not making sense. Clutch kicked it right there. Oh, I should have held it way longer. I'm not used to holding the handbrake. Oh damn, I leveled up. Okay. So right now they're gonna give me like 40 coins right now, or 45. Who knows? Let's see. So 40 coins, so I'm guessing when I reach, I don't know, 55, it'll go 45, I don't know. But that's a pretty good amount of coins. I'm trying to see what's the highest level, maybe it's level 100, I don't know. Hopefully not, hopefully it just keeps going up till 999 or maybe level 1000, I don't know. I just hope it keeps going up. Because that would mean like a whole bunch of money for a player like me that just doesn't care about the clubs or any of that. I just want to just drift around, explore the world, and just have fun with the game. And this is a majority of what you would be doing if you're with your friends anyway. You're just going to buy a whole bunch of tires and just drift and have fun, just, you know. Came off of that. Almost came off of the road right there. I'm actually having fun just pulling on the brake and letting this thing slide around. normally this is how I'm drifting. I'm just whipping it like crazy hard. And the only way I can stop myself is by getting a bunch of angle. And that's why when people see me drift, they be like, yo, that's crazy on an angle. But I have to do that in order to drift the way I want. If I'm gonna drift with no brakes, you just have to, because it's the way you're gonna have to stop, you know? And even then, that is a problem that I get, that I think that I'm entering them way too sooner than I have to. Like I'm basically setting myself up sooner beforehand, and it messes me up because then the car just keeps sliding and I keep hitting the actual wall. So I'm trying to master that, but it's so hard. Because with the handbrake, I just hold it. That's it. I'm just so much easier to do it like that. I'd probably have to end up getting two, which is weird to even think about. Getting two handbrake and one for sequential. I'll probably mix them up, and I'll have to put like red tape or something on one of them. What am I left with doing? Should I do some more? I don't know if I should do some more competitions and just, I don't know, buy another car. But this is what got me bored of the game, doing this over and over and over and over again. I just burnt down. I had most of the cars that I wanted. I don't have all the cars in the game, but my goal with these was just to hit first every time. I could on most. Some of them are harder than others. So I'm messing up right there. Keep the points. Keep the points. Points. That edge right there, man. Let me restart it. I think second was the better gear to stay on. I just like staying on longer gears because of the clutch kicking thing. So second gear is probably the best to stay on. And I'm not using handbrakes these events. I tend not to use no handbrakes. I just want to get used to the road and the way they're laid out. And because they have indicators like that, this helps me know when to apply a turn. Otherwise, I won't even be able to do this. And I think this one goes up tonight now. Oh, I lost multiplying. I think that's it. 9,000 is it. I could have made first place if I didn't mess up. That's how I know I made most of the ones that are in the game, because I'm missing like maybe 2 or 3 that I don't constantly make. Like they're pretty tough for me to get first place on. The rest are just, if I don't mess up, I'll be fine. Like the 20,000 one, those are like here and there. Like I'll either make it or I won't, depending on how I'm driving. I think this is a 20,000 or 13,000 one. So who knows if it was 10,000. I think this is one of the ones I didn't make yet. I should look at the score because I think it tells you. I just blur it all out. I just know by so many times I've done them that this one's like 15. Break here. That's not big time. Maybe it was 14 something then. I thought it was 15. I've done that one before. I've done that, and I think there's 2 or 3 that are 20,000s. I've done those before too. Let me see. It says 22. I don't know if that's the actual point. I think that's what it is, 22. And they'll pay me 8,000. I just never pay attention to that. swing it back to where I didn't have to use anything. Just my momentum. I won't even make it if I didn't make half. I don't know if I could still make it, but I don't know. Definitely not now. Definitely not now. Most people mess up once, and once you mess up, that's it, it's a wrap. I sometimes mess up once and I can still make it, but it all depends how much I can hold on to that 5 multiply. I might be able to make it. I got 9,000. Don't you dare hit. Oh no. I'm messing up. Like, this is what I'm saying. I'm messing up bad. And even though I mess up, most of the time I make it. As long as I don't lose my multiplier, I should be fine. Nah, I didn't make it because this one's 20,000. I'm pretty sure this one's 20,000. I've done this one before. Yeah, 3rd place. I haven't done it with this car though. That's the thing. This is the first time I'm drifting, doing these events with this car. But the point that I'm getting close to it, while this still needs a little bit of tweaking, and I'm gonna set up parts because I think I'm missing a lot of parts with this car. At least the engine parts that I didn't replace. Let me replace these real quick. Or let me add them, matter of fact. So that means I gotta tone down the car's gonna have like max rev and stuff like that. This is probably like the most expensive thing. I got enough for it. And I haven't messed with the settings here at all. So I've kept them exactly the same because once you put your engine back on and everything like a new one, you gotta reset all that. So I haven't even messed with any of that stuff yet. I'm just drifting the car basically the way it is, and then after a while you fine tune it and get it to how you want it. I could already feel the difference. Those parts that I slapped on. Oh wait, that's a dead end. At least if I remember it is. Let me go up there. I think that's not. Let me go on third gear. Yeah. Yeah, see, so I have to set down the third, maybe second. Yeah. Yeah, gotta set it down. So it gets to the point where it's just not doing that anymore. That's how I like setting them on my cars. I'm gonna set this down here. Let's put this here. Fourth gear, I think it's fine. Fifth is fine. This probably could be set up here, but I might just leave it like that. Second gear, I don't know if it could be toned down more, but I'll check. And that's without applying the max rev and all that other stuff. I still gotta sell it. And this is what makes it hard to drift if your car is like that powerful and your car is always max revving and then it's at the lightest touch. You're gonna have a hard time not spinning out, you know, because you're gonna spin out every single time if you don't have throttle control. The way that I fix that, I just mess with this to the point where it doesn't happen. And then if it starts happening in the other gears in the second gear, if it bothers me too much, I'll just turn down the final drive. So usually you would see the opposite. You'd see this, you know, or like up to here and then all the things up here. But I prefer just high speed. So I just prefer to drift like the way it's set up now. Third gear feels pretty good. Second gear again. I think it's just gonna max rev. Let's see. Yeah, it just feels really good, where it's just naturally almost doing this. Third, fourth, let's see fifth. Fifth is always like my boggle one, but since I put so much power on the car, maybe not anymore. Usually when I want to drift on fifth, I have to set it up higher. Because the clutch kicking, it just boggles down, and I would have to set the overall final drive a little higher to include fifth. But fourth doesn't have that problem. And I'm taking off like 100 and change. I thought those were like hard barriers. Thought I was just gonna go doosh, boom, hit them. Yeah, this is why I like the streets empty, just to be able to just while out. Yeah, fourth gear feels pretty good to be able to like drive in such a little tight area and clutch kick and recover that easy. Because if you could do it on the high gear, you're definitely going to be able to do it on the low gears. This ain't the way to go. want to see if I can just get through these cars just in the lowest gear that I got. What's up, man? What is going on? Yeah, I still have to set up everything the way I want to on this car. Let me go back to, and my camera's still moving, everything, my monitor's still moving. I really enjoy these spots up here. The whole, you know, going 100 and something and then holding my handbrake and just keeping the slide going is pretty crazy. This looks like an area that I was in, but where I was doing this thing up the hill. But this is a different place though. Just everything in the country looks almost the same in the countryside. See, like this, doing these, and then just clutch kicking out of them is pretty nice. So handbrake, clutch, same thing, handbrake, clutch kick, same thing, handbrake, clutch kicking out. It just feels nice doing it here, but going without that's pretty rough. Because then it's just more about momentum and mastering your hand, your clutch kicking and your momentum. Ooh, why am I kind of like lagging? Try to recover that way. That's how I know I'm not used to using handbrakes, because every time I do, I either hold it for too long and I mess up, and I'm just used to flipping the car like this and then using my clutch kick. I'm just used to I guess a more natural way to do it. So this is me not using no handbrake, just relying on momentum, that's it. I don't know why, I guess it's a long time of drifting like this, I feel more comfortable than just holding the handbrake, holding, then clutch kicking. It just feels weird for me to do that now. But I haven't seen, I don't know, there may be there's somebody already at level 100, I have no idea. I don't know what the highest level that you could unlock in the game is now. I'm hoping it goes beyond 100, but there's no real way of like either see someone, and I think they'll have so much money and so many coins if they've already done that. See on 4th it boggles down a little bit. I don't know why it's doing that. It's just kind of like giving me like these frame drops now. Oh, I don't got no gas. Hold up. I'm like, what is this red thing flashing on me for? Maybe that's why I felt a little weird too. Because I know you reach a point where you run out of gasoline and the car's like, it starts failing on you. I mean, so far buying all those tires were good. I don't know if they worked on how long the tires last, but I think I bought like 326 and I'm still at 300 and change, so I think they did. I'm letting the wheel hit the end point. That's always sounding annoying as hell. I used to do that a lot when I first started drifting. I would just let go of the gear, and it, even on my G29, it would do that. It would violently, like, you know, you could hear the bang, bang. I have a easier time going 180, like 1080 basically, rather than 900. I know that the game sets it to 900. That's like, I think that's the max on the game, but on the wheel you can set it to 1080. And I think I got it set like that for BMG. I don't want the game. Look, see, this is me trying not to use my brake. It's either, because I think if I start using it a lot, I'm gonna grow attached to using it every single time I think I need it. And I don't want to do that, because then I'm gonna overly use it. Things like this is gonna happen. I'm gonna forget the way that I like drifting, which is don't do it. Don't use it. Only use it in extremely tight situations, like the situation that when I was going up the garage, and it's just that hard of a turn to just flick the car. Like, there's no way you're gonna get that flick like that. I should have clutch kicked it. I was trying. That would have looked cool as hell. And again, I think it's just me fighting with the wheel, that just all the shaking too much is not too strong. But I like to fight with my wheel though. If I'm not fighting with it, I feel like I wasted my money. Because this is what I wanted from like the G29. I wanted to be like, you know, have a crazy amount of feedback. And when I was, you know, there was no fighting the G29, right? Like when you turn, if you reach a certain point, the gears would get loose, so it would just, and and then you get this weird. So once I got this wheel, that wasn't a, it wasn't a thing no more. That didn't happen anymore. But it's more fighting the wheel, like, and holding the resistance when you're turning. Normally when you're drifting, you don't even want to worry about that. You want it to feel natural, where you're going to just slide from one side, then you might use the clutch, you slide to the other, and it just feels nice and natural, and it goes back and forth. Like a pendulum, kind of, Like this, or I'm not trying to hold it or fight the wheel. This is why I always practice this. But I just sometimes go out of control, and I like fighting the wheel. I like the fact that it has a lot of resistance while you're trying to turn. Yeah, this is why I like my traffic off, because I'm able to like just freely whip the car like this. Alright, let me head back up. So I want to find like a nice little loop, like I found, where was it? It was somewhere around here. Let me see if I see it. Me and Red found it where, or was it around here? I know, it was over here. I think it was this here, over here. This little, going through here, then going around over here, long drift over here, back into this, and just back and forth. So this was the little loop that I found. That felt really comfortable. There was just like a rock in the middle of the way somewhere that I would constantly smack, and it was annoying. But the little loop of, going around here, it was pretty nice. All right, let's see. See if this car got it. I might have to switch it to third gear. I might be able to handle it on third gear. It'll probably just feel more natural to. I'll just have to clutch kick the car more, but see, so it doesn't boggle down like that. And the way I normally, the way I stop that is when I'm transitioning, I hit the clutch so I can get more momentum during my transitions. That would look so crazy to hit that, slide all the way and slide in like that. And then that would be cool to have the switch up so you can have this short up here on second gear so you don't have to struggle with clutch kicking everything like crazy. I think that's why a lot of people were disappointed that it wasn't a 8-shape like shifter where they could just, mess around with it, and you can instead of the sequential where you just up and down, that's it. Yeah, but it's kind of messy with third, because either third, I'll throw myself way off with the clutch kick. On that little part, so it's either put it in second, get used to how second feels, even though third feels really good because you can just hold that long, like that turn right here, you can just hold it way longer. But then once you get in here, I get in trouble with this. But it feels more natural on second gear, since second gear can recover way faster. And I don't have to, it doesn't feel like a struggle, you know, going up. I almost spun out there. I'm gonna have to see how the other games feel, because I know they've been updating them, so they're gonna feel weird. And this thing has different setups, so I think you're allowed 5 different setups, and I deleted it. I deleted the setup for that game, so I gotta see how that game will handle. But I haven't played any of the other drifting games in a while. I was just on, I think yesterday, to update them, make sure they were running, so I didn't have to, if I had to download or patch them or whatever. But I didn't really play them. That's what I want. I kind of want to perform here, like a little backy into this turn, and then coming in and then use barely any brake at all, just the clutch. Kind of like that, but way better than I went off the road there. Just backing up here to where I hit the middle of the road, and then I could just clutch kick into this, and it'll be looking really nice. I feel like whenever I do my transitions with the clutch kick, it's way more of like a slingshot effect to it. It's getting there. Oh, too early, way too early. I'll eventually get it. That's what I'm saying, like the people that have those clips, man, they I don't know how long they take to get those clips. But it takes practice to do things like that. And again, the way you set your car, so you want your car to be able to like slide even more want you want it to look exaggerated. The only way I could achieve that is literally by setting my tires very, very slippery, so then if I either use the handbrake, I'm gonna keep going for a long time. Like if it's kind of like, it looks kind of like you're drifting on ice or something like that, where you just, you're holding one step position, and then whenever you're ready, then you clutch kick. I'm either doing too much of the clutch kicking and not switching when I need to. See, I just hit the traction control and the map thing. So once I smack that on, it messes me up so bad. And the only way I know is because of the little lights. I probably should take that off the wheel right now, because I tend to hit that all the time. But it's still, no, I had to go in more, and I got on neutral. Yeah, it's gonna be harder to get that going, at least for me in this setup right now. It's pretty hard. I gotta go in more here, so when I reach this, I gotta go more inside to give myself room, so when I slide out, it'll look way better. But I'm having problems judging the distance of when I actually have to go in and let the car go. Something kind of like that, just way better looking. I'm starting to get it though. I'm gonna have to do it somewhere where there's a set marker that I know when to go in. Imagine doing that inside the car. That's pretty hard. Like, you gotta know exactly what you're doing, where you're placing the car, and obviously the way it's gonna look in the car is insane, because you're just sliding all the way, and you have that straight view, and you could probably see the side window. I don't even think I'll be able to do that, but I think it'll just look crazy. I can't even. So look, to look like this, let the car go, and then pick it up, that is just crazy. Someone's doing this in that view. To a person that barely drifts like this, it's pretty nuts for me to even picture that happening. Because I still have problems driving like this. Like I can't really determine where my car's at. That's the problem I have. And how much angle am I actually holding? Yeah, look, nowhere near where I'm supposed to be. It's just hard. It's for me right now trying it like this. It's very, very impossible for me right now to do it. I'd have to practice that like crazy just to get that in, like from inside the car. I don't have the skills to do that. Oh, maybe VR. Maybe that'll make it easier. Yeah, it still looks ugly as hell. Doesn't look like how I intended for it to look. Alright, let me see what level I'm at. Let's see, 56, half, a quarter of the way. I kind of want to keep using this car and just mess with it a little bit and see how comfortable I can get it to feel. I think the gears are fine for right now until I start messing with this. A torque high, let's put this here. Let me put this here. I'm gonna leave these down. Let's see how these feel. Because this thing already has way too much power anyway. I didn't set the caster on this car at all. I just left it the way it was. I did. Let me check it out. That's why it's like way more violent than normal. Let's see. Because if I set that down, I know it's a little. Yeah. See, I didn't touch it. Cast angle, I didn't touch it at all. So if I put it down a little bit, it'll be less aggressive. I'll do it a little bit like that. That should be fine. The camera, I didn't really touch it either. I left it like that. I would probably like the car tires to pop out more so it could visually look better. I don't know if I did set that up. No, I didn't. It's not even set up on the car. Maybe this will help me out a lot too. What? I don't have enough money, I'm broke. Alright, I can do the front. For now, I can do the front. That almost it almost looked like it's clipping, but hold on. It's just the way it looks. I gotta do the back. For right now, I'm broke. I can't afford the. How much is it? They didn't even tell me. I gotta buy this actual thing that costs $5,000. Okay, that's not that bad. At least I could visually look cooler. And I guess have more grip because it's wide. Like, you know, you're making it wide, so. Once I get the other one set up, I think it'll handle better too. It's still kicking. The speed it reduced because I messed with the caster, which messes with the speed of the return of the wheel. Yeah, let me do a quick race so I can put that part in there. 1 or 2 races. Because I feel like it's overall it's gonna get better visually and the way it handles. It's early and I'm already feeling sleepy. I'm already feeling sleepy, getting old. Well, actually, I woke up at 4 a.m. too, so waking up super early. Third place, so it must have been like 8,000, 9,000, something like that. I should have the money now to put the part in. I think it was 5,000. Oh wait, I think I gotta pay to move. I just got the money for the spacers. Let me see. Wait, do you have to pay for it? No. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, that looks better. All right. depending on the body kit, I use the spacers to, you know, pop the wheels out. Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting the occasional like frame jump. But I notice I don't have any good like I said, rebound to the car. It just feels like a brick, and I don't like my cars. Visually, it looks weird that your cars have like no bounce, even though the terrain is up and down and you can feel it. And sometimes, like when you hit the sidewalk, you know, like it has a little bit of more, but I like more exaggeration on it, so that when you hit the you know, the humps on the road that you could barely see, your car still gives you the information that you've hit one, and you can notice where it's at. Because then it just looks like you're just, you know, you're drifting like it just looks fake, because even the information that the road's giving you, that the wheel's giving you, you don't visually see it. See, like right there was a slope. Car didn't react. It just stood there like a brick. So I tend to have the suspension, all that stuff kind of like really bouncy and soft, just so I notice what's on the road. Of course you're gonna notice, you know, going over a sidewalk, that's like dramatic, you're supposed to notice it. But I like noticing visually on the road what's going on. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So there's a slope here that I knew it was there when I set my car up the right way, and it was giving me the information. But before, it just felt weird every time. I was like, yo, why am I spinning out on this turn? And there's a lump on the road there. And when you fix your car so that it looks like, you know, any impact that it takes, the shocks kick in, you notice it way more. And you can, like, even these little things, even going over this, you can feel it. But here's the bump right here. You could barely see it. It basically stays like a brick, but when you set it up, you can actually, all these little bumps, you can actually see them happening in real time. Instead of like this, look, I'm going over things and the car just looks like a brick. So I tend to pop the strings not as high as they go. Sometimes it depends on the car, and then put the springs very instead of stiff, I put them to the point where they're just like springy as hell. They're just not stiff, they're just loose, and then that lowers the height, but then you get this nice visual look of when you're going over bumps or anything, like you can see it. And in the regular CarX, it was even crazier. Like you can literally see the shift of weight of the car. So like once you're drifting, but your car, the most of the weight of the car is on one side, it literally goes on that side, and it just made it look so real, like so much better. And there's a lot of games that just don't do that. Like the cars look like bricks. Like there's no real, real good physics behind it to where you could visually see the weight transfer and see the cars, moving, leveling out according to the G-forces. There's no G-force in the game, but you get that look, you know, like. Waiting till I die. It takes a while now. I don't know how many points I need, but it takes really long for me to level up now. Unless I start doing like maybe the events, the actual clubs right now. Because I think the overall payment went up. That's about it. And I think that was like the best way to get XP too. But I never really did them. I just did things like this, like where I just drifted for a long period of time, and I would get 1,000,000 points or whatever, and then I would level up. And the fun thing is just putting little things like this, where I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. And just testing yourself and what you can do, your little tricks or whatever. Like if I go around here and I want to go through the middle or something like that, and just practice things like that, go through here. I don't know if I got enough room to go through this side here. And then I would have to clutch kick and make sure that I don't hit this little side here. Because this is tight. This is crazy right here. This right here is insane. Like you would just literally, you could barely make a drift there. I think I could get away with a little bit of slide going out of there. But even these, like going under these. I don't know what type of crazy little, it's like building your own little line. This would be cool if you had enough space to go under these trailers. That would be cool. And your car would have to be sitting really low. Like see if this was in here and you can literally slide under, like that would be so sick. That's why I wish they had trucks, because the trucks here, look, the trucks, I think they're on the other side. If they had trucks that were like that, imagine how cool it would if you're doing like the no hesi thing with traffic. It'd be so much cooler because you'll get that Need for Speed effect where you could go under the truck. See, like, look, not that truck. That's a bad example. Let me see. The ones that have these you could, but I don't have the space. Let me see. These right here. If you're going at a certain speed, you barely. Like, let me see how much room you actually got. I don't think you got that much room. Like, you make one mistake and it's over. I mean, nah, you got a little bit of room to, you know, navigate. But imagine, you know, you're going through the highway and there's multiple of these and you can, like, drift under them, you know, like, oh, man. That's just dope. That'll be just dope as hell. But you definitely have the room to, you know, it'll still be pretty tight, but you'll be able to do it. And how cool would that look, you know, where you eclipse just going through under the trucks. Or if they had those trucks in general, I don't even think they got these trucks driving around in the game. But you could, like, drift under them, you know? Boom. Like, so imagine how cool that would be if they're just driving around. But if you mess up, you know, it's a wrap, because it's very tight to get under them. And the amount of clips you would see of people doing like 360s, going under them, sliding, like, it'd be insane the amount of clips you'll be able to see. That's what I'm saying. If they did something where you can make your own stages, edit your own map, like, you know, you could set your own, you know, things like this and make them move. And man, there'd be no limits to the game. People would be making crazy stuff, mountains like Need for Speed Carbon. Hell, we already got the mountains in here in this game. So if you can strip most of what things look like and take them out, or maybe you get like kind of like what Forza did, that they gave you your own island and you can just do everything and put all the little assets that are already in the game. I don't know how hard that would be actually to do with regards of making those trucks move, because if they were intended to just be props, I mean, you can still have fun with making an obstacle course where they're just stationary and you can, you know, still do some crazy drift tricks, you know. Through here. You have just enough space to do it. With a smaller car, it'll be even crazier, because it'll be easier and you're gonna have more confidence to go through it. Even sideways, you know, hold the handbrake and just go straight sideways. Straight away. I don't know why I suck at driving straight. Oh man, I tried. You guys saw it at the bridge. I couldn't even do the. It's like you get to a top speed and you lose control. Like, I don't know if it's because it's differential and it locking and it just swing you away somewhere else. Because I think if you change that and you make it open, then it won't lock and then it won't fling you around. So I think that's probably the reason. So yeah, this got some bounce to it because I can see the wheels. Like, I can see it doing it, but the car itself doesn't look like it's. Which in the original CarX, you can see it. You can see all that. See, like, that was just like mad violent, and the car had no like real good rebound to it. So the dampers are like, I think, stiff and stuff. I don't know if I got. I don't have that much money to mess with it, but maybe I don't need money to mess with it. Let me see. Oh, I don't even. What part am I missing here? Oh, I didn't even buy. Oh, damn. I didn't even buy them, bro. That's why my car looks like a brick right now. I gotta just keep driving and get money and set it up. That's why it makes way more sense now that it looks like a brick now. Like really laggy just now. I don't know if it's people going in and out the servers, even though offline. I'm still online because obviously you can see all the players. I don't know what happens if you disconnect the internet. I haven't tried it. If you can literally play this offline, like for real, or nah. Man, I'm hyped for Monster Hunter Wild, man. I'm hyped. That's one of those games that I really look forward to playing. I know the Assetto Evolution's coming out, but I never really been that hyped for it. It's like once the modders get their hands on it and they start making maps and everything, that's when it actually gets fun. As long as it has like if they had built-in drift events in the game itself, then that'd be different. But most of their stuff is catered to racing, so I don't know if this one's gonna be any different. I doubt it. But that would be cool if they actually do that and they have like, you know, racing events and drift events, and because I can't race for nothing. That's why I got, what was it, what the hell was it, Crew Motorfest or something like that. But I don't like the way it handles it. I actually stopped playing it. And after playing this for a while and then going back to it real quick, because my friend was like, yo, let's catch some slides on that. And I just tried, and I was like, no, this is horrible. This is really bad. Like, you can always adjust to it, and you will eventually get to do it anyway, but if it just feels so, like, weird, and I know I gotta have it across my hands. That's just a bad habit of mine. So I still gotta work on this, and at the same time see if I can even keep up with someone. Because of the fact that I put my gears down and set to speed, you would think that I can, like, you know, stay with people, but I haven't tried it yet. Let's see. The only one I've ever drifted with was Red, and he was using it, and I was surprised that I was keeping up with him. Oh, this is the short one. Oh, I should have put it in short gear. Damn, I lost it. Yeah, this thing's like 5,000, or I think 6,000. I got nowhere near the points. Yeah, I think that one's like 6,000. I did it one time, and it was with the car I'm always drifting. And it's because normally when I go through, I don't reset it or whatever. I just keep going. Because that's how it was with the when I first started playing the game. I just, even if I knew, if I took my time and then I, you know, did my transition slower and did everything slower, I could get first place. At a certain point, I just stopped caring about it and then just kept just going from one zone to another. What was that switch up there at the end? I'm just trying to get money for the springs. I don't know how much they actually cost, but I'm just stacking up a little bit till I got 19. I don't know if that's enough. Oh, I'm right here. Oh no, that's on top of the bridge. I thought it was like right next to me. Maybe. I think this one's like 6,000 though. I should honestly check it every time I go to finish the rest of the year. Enter it because it literally tells you, but I don't look at it. Because sometimes I make a lot of points. See, look, this one is 775. I gotta really look at it. I don't know why I never do. That's what it's there for. 7,000. At least that's what I think. That's what that is. Cause to me, this one looks like the one that's like 13,000 actually. So I don't know if that's just the ranking of the cars. I think that's maybe what it is. This actually might be the one that's 6,000. Oh, did I lose it? I lost it. No, this one's like 9,000. So I don't know where it says it. Does it even say? Let me look at this. It says 13. Rank 1, but that's rank 1, I guess, of the car. Yeah, I don't see the score anywhere. Oh, and I guess first place, the blue things is XP. I gotta look at that. I didn't realize that's what that was. If that's what it is, a 13 DP. 13,000 drift points. And then the meters to it, and then the reward is 5,000. So let's see if this one's actually 13,000. I don't be looking at any of that. Let me put this on second gear. Trying to get as much points as I can. Damn, I almost lost it there. Oh yeah, this one is 13. So it does tell you. I just never look at any of that. I just kept going on it, and then I would just, I would remember the stage. So I lost this one badly. I've done this one before. Now with this car, funny enough. So I just gotta look on the top left of these to know how much. So this one is, it says it's 6,000, so this one's short. Trying to get this score. I feel like I'm rushing through them. Oh, almost. That wasn't that bad. That's way better than blindly just going through it, because I had no idea it displayed the actual score on it. 20,000. I don't know if that was new or was that always there, because I don't pay attention to none of that. So if that's something that's new, it's new, and I just now realize it, but it's probably always been there. Not looking good right now. I didn't even make half. Oh God, no, what are you doing? I gotta keep the points, Oh, come on, I was still drifting though. I'm definitely not gonna make it now. Nowhere near. my multiplier when I was turning because I messed up, I would have been good. But it feels like a struggle with this car compared to the other car that's just so much easier. But I didn't tweak this car at all. I'm just like drifting with it. I like move the gears around. I can still mess with the parts, giving it more power, turning some of the gears down even more. I messed with it a little bit. So I'm kind of surprised that I'm actually getting anywhere with this car. Oh, I didn't look at the points for this one. The score. I have no idea. Maybe it's a good thing that I don't know it. I'll probably get first place anyway. No pressure. Because I don't know the score. Oh, 6,000. Okay, I think I can buy everything now. Where is, I gotta get closer as I can't see it. I think there was a shop around here somewhere. There you go. It shouldn't be that expensive, I don't know. I think I got like 20 something. 40, I should have enough for this. Ooh, never mind. Never mind. And I think the front just dropped way more than... Yeah, it definitely did. Can I even fix it though? Normally what I do is I put this high, like this, and then I'll set the stiffness low, so then that will control the actual height of it and how it looks. And then by doing that, this controls the rebounds of it. So I could put it like this is gonna slap it lower, but then I'll just fix it to the point where it looks good. But then you'll see the front like actually have a reaction to the roll, to anything. When I take an impact on the car, you could see it visually. I don't know how it's gonna act right now since I only got the front, but I should notice. I guess, I don't know. I just like it to look real noticeable. Forgot, my God, that. I mean, I haven't done a Friday Night Scares in a while. I don't know what I would put in though. I usually do this thing where it's Friday Night Scares, and I haven't even done any short clips in a long time. Because at one point I was just clipping only horror games whenever I got scared. But then games stopped scaring me, so then I definitely want to do a Halloween like marathon or something. I still got a tweak with this car out. I think this was one of the bosses right in this. They closed this little area, and then you're only able to drift. I think it's here. I don't know which one, but then it has a couple of cars. It might be this. It might be here, and they lock it up, and you're only able to do a circle through here. You gotta come. I think it's even smaller. I can't remember, but this looks exactly like the place, and it's very small. The little area they enclose in. What time is it right now? Damn, I gotta cook. I gotta cook and eat something. All I had was coffee, and I didn't make anything. So if anything, I don't know, probably, I've been on for 4 hours, holy crap. Maybe I'll come back, maybe I'll do a horror game, I don't know, it depends how I feel. Because you know how sometimes you eat and you just feel extra lazy, you don't even want to move? Sometimes I feel like that. I'll eat, and then I'll just be like, like I don't want to do anything. So it all depends. It's early, it is early though, but I don't know. We'll see. Normally this is the time I should have gotten on, but I'll be out for now, and maybe I'll come back later.